Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare.
I'm singing in a few minutes.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Jaya Sitaram, Jaya Sitaram, Sitaram, Jaya Lakshman Hanuman. Sitaram, Sitaram, Jaya Sitaram, Jaya Sitaram, Sitaram, Jaya Lakshman Hanuman. Jaya Sitaram, Jaya Sitaram, Sitaram, Jaya Lakshman Hanuman. Raghupati Raghav Raja Ram, Patita Pavan Sitaram. रघुपति राघव राजा राम पतित पावन सीताराम जय सीताराम रघुपति राघव राजा राम पतित पावन सीताराम राघव राजा पतित रघुपति राघव राजा राम पतित पावन सीताराम राजा राम पतित पावन सीताराम रघुपति राघव राजा राम पतित पावन सीताराम रघुपति राघव
जय सीताराम जय सीताराम सीताराम लक्ष्मण हनुमान जय राधा गोपीनाथ राधा गोपीनाथ राधा गोपीनाथ श्री राधा Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Rama. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Radha Gopinata, Radha Gopinata, Radha Gopinata, Shri Radha. Gopinata, Radha Gopinata, Radha Gopinata, Shri Radha. Jaya Jagannath, Jaya Jagannath, Baladeva Jaya Subhadra. Jaya Jagannath, Jaya Baladeva Jaya Subhadra. Jaya Gauranita, 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 Sisi Gauranita. Gauranita, Gauranita, Sisi Gauranita. Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Prabhupada, Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaura Hari Bol. Nitai Gaura Pramanande, Shri Ramachandra Ki Jai.
Astu Parasada Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki ISKCON BBT Founder Acharya Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai Om Vishnu Pad Stotra Sada Divine Grace Shrimad Bhakti Siddhanta Sarasvati Goswami Maharaj Prabhupada Ananta Koti Vaishnav Vrinda Ki Namacharya Srila Haridas Thakur Ki Prem Sakaho Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadha Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Ki Shri Radha Krishna Gopa Gopinath Shamakund Radha Kund Giri Govardhan Ki Vrindavan Dham Ki Navadvip Mayapur Dham Ki Jagannath Puri Dham Ki Ganga Mai Ki Yamuna Devi Ki Tulsi Maharani Ki Shri Bhakti Devi Ki Harinam Sankirtan Ki Lord Ramachandra Appearance Day Ki Samaveda Bhakta Vrinda Ki Glories to the assembled devotees. Glories to the assembled devotees. Glories to the assembled devotees. Glories to Shri Guru and Shri Gauranga. Sorry. Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivardhari Yashoda Nandana Bhajajana Ranjana Yashoda Nandana Bhajana Ranjana Yamuna Tera Vanachari Yamuna Tera Vanachari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Gopijana Vallabha Girivardhari Gopijana Vallabha Girivardhari Yashodanandana Brajajana Ranjana Yashodanandana Brajajana Ranjana Yamuna Tera Vanachari Yamuna Tera Vanachari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jai Om Vishnupad Paramahamsa Parivakachari Astotaras, that is divine grace. A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Anantikoti Vaishnav Vrinda ki jai. Namacharya Shri Haridas Thakur ki jai. Prem Sakaho Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadha Shri Vasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda ki jai. Shri Shri Radha Krishna Gopa Gopinath Shamakun Radhakun Giri Govardhan ki jai. Vrindavan Dham ki jai. Navadvip Mayapur Dham ki jai. Jagannath Puri Dham ki jai. Ganga Mai ki Yamuna Devi ki Shri Tulsi Maharani ki Shri Bhakti Devi ki jai. Go Premanandi, all glories to the assembled devotees, all glories to the assembled devotees, all glories to the assembled devotees, all glories to Sri Guru and Sri Gauranga, all glories to Srila Prabhupada. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Pistaya Bhutale, Ashmai Satsudas Gosamti Namani, Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Pistaya Shri Bhakti Vedanta Samita, Namaste, Gauri Vani Pichani Visheshu Shunyadi. Okay, so we were recently in I think the last class, or even the last couple of classes, discussing ways and procedures, techniques, meditations that equip us with the tools and the skills and the strength to respond, cope with the endless difficulties of the material world. We all have none of us are short in our experiences of the challenges and the difficulties of the material world. And so as devotees, we are always working on the meditation of transcending this world and returning to our original position with Krishna, the spiritual world. But in doing that, we traverse a scale of becoming less disturbed by the endless disturbing elements. And on this day, and hearing the pastimes of Lord Ramachandra, it definitely equips us with that. It gives us many meditations and genuine tools to not be disturbed by those things that disturb us, that are a disturbance. There's a plant in the world, I'm not sure what's in other languages, but in English it's called touch me not. Because as soon as you touch it, it responds very dramatically and closes up. So it's called a touch me not. It doesn't like being touched. It responds very dramatically. So, as devotees, we tend to be a little bit in that mood of touch me not. To everything around us, really. To other devotees. To Christian ways that we don't want to be touched. Okay, Krishna, don't touch me not in this area of my life. And the material world in general, we want the material world to touch me not in ways that I have my plans here. And dear material world, please play along. But neither the material world, nor the people in it, nor our nearest and dearest own body and mind do not do that. They do not play by the rules that we lay down. The material world, living entities, and our body and mind are adibautika, adidaivika, and adhyatmika. They play by different rules. They play by the rules that's laid down by Krishna. And so we are always engaged in a process of responding to these many elements that challenge us by not trying to fight against them. Because if you try to fight against the world, you're going to lose. You try to fight against other people, we're going to lose. And what to speak of our own body and minds. So we adjust. We don't get excessively absorbed and fixated on trying to set things right around us. But we have to set things right inside us. That was our last class. Before you try to set things right, see things right. Because the real reason the world is set a certain way. But we get upset, frustrated, and angry and disappointed when it doesn't meet our internal expectations. Expectations. Our coming to the material world, our nitya bada existence that we're all presently guilty of, where every one of us are guilty of being nitya badas, is one huge big fat expectation of something that just does not exist. A world without Krishna. We're all here cutting out and drawing up and contemplating and creating in so many ways a world without Krishna. It doesn't exist. And in our delusional times that we do that, or we feed that delusion of ourselves that there's a world without Krishna, because this is not just the spiritual world, this world is also, nothing's without Krishna. This is, as we said in the last class, Krishna, this is everything. Everything. How can you not see Krishna every moment? But to the degree that we're still guilty of that, we're still trying to expect the world, the people in it, and our bodies and mind to behave a certain way, we will be disappointed, and therefore we will be disturbed. And therefore, as devotees, we can make the logical bridge. My disturbances, to the degree whenever I'm disturbed, is because of my unmet expectations that I'm still harboring and fanning and cultivating inside myself, these expectations of the world. So, and how do we move out of that illusion that the world is going to play by our rules? We take shelter of Krishna, obviously, and hearing about Krishna. And so we definitely can turn to the Ramayana for bottomless solace in hearing how an alternative way to respond to when things don't go right. The Ramayana epitomizes things not going right again and again and again and again and again, practically from beginning to end. In modern English terms, you could use the word, but I'm not saying we should. It'd be called, in Shakespearean terms, it's a tragedy. Shakespearean tragedies is the kind of, they're all dramas, but specifically a tragedy where just like everything just goes wrong and wrong and wrong. And Shakespeare was very expert at exposing the material world and its terrible nature. We will give our bard that credit. He was very good at exposing the miseries of the material world. But of course, Ramayana is not a tragedy in the sense of hopeless and what is the point? And no, it is so much more. It is full of a certain mood, a mood of grief, but that should not be equated to the word tragedy. It's far from it, and we will discuss that. So, therefore, our application, our meditation should be tooling ourselves, equipping ourselves with how to deal with the disturbances by hearing from the Supreme Personality of God, Lord Ramachandra. We always say we're predominantly, of course, Krishna Bhaktas. We meditate mostly on Krishna and we worship Radha Krishna in ISKCON as our worshipable Devas. But if ISKCON is to grow and develop, we could do with a good splash more of Ram Bhakta in ISKCON too. In our tendency to prematurely think we are Krishna Bhaktas, we also tend to think we're also transcendental. And sort of in some, if not gross and subtle way, thinking, well, Krishna can get away with it, so can I. But I think our movement will grow so much more when we meditate a little more on Lord Ramachandra. And how, to an insanely intense degree and almost a painful to hear about, a mood of complete sacrifice of your own needs and your own ideas and your own understandings for the betterment of those around you. If we get a drop of even Lord Ramachandra's intense mood of giving to others, we will go a long way. So many I thought actually let's just a little extracurricular verse. This is a verse from the Dasavatar. I could attempt it. Maybe Gopi can go. Could you lead it first? I don't. Come on. And so Gopi, lead it a line at a time, and then we'll follow along. You okay? I could do it, but you know the mess I make of things. Yeah.
Rama Sharira Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare
Vitarasi Dikpati Kamaniyam Dasamukha Moli Balim Ramaniyam Keshavadrita Rama Sarira Jai Jagadisha Hare Jai Jagadisha Hare Jai O Keshava, O Lord of the universe, O Lord Hari, who have assumed the form of Ramachandra, all glories to you. In the battle of Lanka, you destroy the 10-headed demon Ravana and distribute his heads as a delightful offering to the presiding deities of the 10 directions, a feat long desired by them all, whom that monster had much harassed. Of course, we know the story. I always somewhat chide or correct devotees when they introduce a pastime and says, you all know this. But we shouldn't think like that. So even though externally, we think we know the story, but when you pick it up and read it, you always find out, I do not know this, and because it's completely transcendental every time, every single time. So then from Srimad Bhagavatam, let's hear a little from Bhagavatam and Srila Prabhupada. Okay, it's a very difficult Sanskrit. Martya vatarastivaham martya shikshanam. Martyavatarastvaha martya shikshanam Raksho vadyaiva nekevalam vibho Raksho vadyaiva nekevalam vibho Kutonyata syad ramatasva atmana Kutonyata syad ramatasva atmana Sita kritani vyavasani ishvarasya Sita kritani vyavasanani ishvarasya. Somebody else? One or two? Martyavatarastvaha martya shikshanam Raksho vyadaivan kevalam vido Kutonyata syadramatasva atmana
Sita Kritani Vyavasani Ishvarasya. Ladies. Martyavatarastivaha Martya Shikshanam. Raksho Vadayayvana Kevalam Vibho. Kutonyata Syad Ramatasva Atmana. Svita Kritani Vyavasani Ishvarasya. No? Okay, go. Martyavatarastivyaya Martashikshanam. Raksho Vadayai Vanakevalam Vibho. Kutonyata Syad Ramatasva Atmana. Sita Kritani Vyavansani Ishvarasya Martya. As a human being, Avatara, whose incarnation to, however, Iha, in the material world, Martya Shikshanam, for teaching all the living entities, especially human beings. Rakshavadhaya, to kill the demon Ravana. Eva, certainly. Na, not. Kevalam, only. Vibho, of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Kutaha, from where? Anyata, otherwise. Syat, there would be. Ramataha, of one enjoying. Sve, in himself. Atmana, the spiritual identity of the universe. Sita, of the wife of Lord Ramachandra. Kritani, appearing due to the separation. Vyavasani, all the miseries. Ishvarasya, of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Translation and purport by His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki. It was ordained that Ravana, chief of the Rakshasas, could not be killed by anyone but a man. And for this reason, Lord Ramachandra, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, appeared in the form of a human being. Lord Ramachandra's mission, however, was not only to kill Ravana, but also to teach mortal beings that material happiness centered around sex life or centered around one's wife is the cause of many miseries. He is the self-sufficient Supreme Personality of Godhead, and nothing is lamentable for him. Therefore, why else could he be subjected to tribulations by the kidnapping of Mother Sita? In the purport, there's 2 slides of the purport. There's 3 key divisions or key ways that we can look at the Ramayana that Prabhupada points in his purport. So see, can we identify these 3 different ways to view the Ramayana? When the Lord appears in this universe in the form of a human being, he has 2 purposes, as stated in Bhagavad Gita 4.8. Paritranaya sadhanam vinasaya cha dushkritam. To destroy the demons and protect the devotees. To protect the devotees, the Lord not only satisfies them by his personal presence, but also teaches them so that they will not fall down from devotional service. By his personal example, Lord Ramachandra taught the devotees that it is better not to enter married life, which is certainly followed by many tribulations. As confirmed in Srimad Bhagavatam 7.9.45, Yan maitunadi griha medi sukam hi tucham kanduyanena karayor eva dukha dukham tripyantine kripana bahu dukha bhaje kandutivan manasijan vishahet dira. Kripanas, those who are not advanced in spiritual knowledge and who are therefore not Therefore, just the opposite of Brahmins generally take to family life, which is a concession for sex. Thus they enjoy sex again and again, although that sex is followed by many tribulations. This is a warning to devotees. To teach this lesson to devotees and to human society in general, Lord Sri Ramachandra Jai, Shri Shri Radha Gopinath Ki Jai, Jagannath Baladev Subhadra Maharani Ki, Shri Shri Gaurnitai Ki. This is a warning to devotees. To teach this lesson to devotees and to human society in general, Lord Sri Ramachandra, although the Supreme Personality of Godhead himself, underwent a series of tribulations because he accepted a wife, Mother Sita. Lord Ramachandra underwent these austerities, of course, only to instruct us. Actually, he never has any reason to lament for anything. Another aspect of the Lord's instructions is that one who accepts a wife must be a faithful husband and give her full protection. Human society is divided into two classes of men, those who strictly follow the religious principles and those who are devotees. By his personal example, Lord Ramachandra wanted to instruct both of them how to fully adopt the discipline of the religious system and how to be a beloved and dutiful husband. Otherwise, he had no reason to undergo apparent tribulations. One who strictly follows religious principles must not neglect to provide all facilities for the complete protection of his wife. There may be some suffering because of this, but one must nevertheless endure it. And that is the duty of a faithful husband. By his personal example, Lord Ramachandra demonstrated this duty. Lord Ramachandra could have produced hundreds and thousands of sitas from his pleasure energy, but just to show the duty of a faithful husband, he not only rescued Sita from the hands of Ravana, but also killed Ravana and all the members of his family. Another aspect of the teachings of Lord Ramachandra is that although Lord Vishnu, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and his devotees may apparently suffer from material tribulations, they have nothing to do with such tribulations. They are mukta purusha, liberated persons, under all circumstances. It is therefore said in the Chaitanya Bhagavat, Yata deke Vaishnavera vyavahara dukkha, nischaya janayataha paramananda sukha. A Vaishnava is always firmly situated in transcendental bliss because of engagement in devotional service. Although he may appear to suffer material pains, his position is called transcendental bliss in separation, viraha. The emotions a lover and beloved feel when separated from one another are actually very blissful, although apparently painful. Therefore, the separation of Lord Ramachandra from Sita Devi, as well as the consequent tribulation they suffered, is but another display of transcendental bliss. That is the opinion of Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur. So, from that purport, what might we take for the three levels of how we view the Ramayana? Now, Maharaji, what makes you... Okay, not so directly. A little. Could you take more of a principle from that? What might the principle? No, more of a in the class, there's this point how Ramayana is so many leelas and pastimes, and it's wonderful to hear about them again. And from these specific little pastimes, we can always draw a principle that we're meant to follow and apply. And then from that principle, you apply it to the specific in your life. It's interesting, it goes from specific to principle to specific again, because everyone's life is full of so many details. No two lives are the same. So we always ask, what should I do here? How should I do that? What's there? Well, this is the principle that you should follow, and then you have to apply the specific. So, Mangalachandra Maharaji is touching on what we say on the second point, but yet not quite nailed down the principle that I would be first. But what would be the first level? That's the second level. We went on the first level of the Ramayana.
Do your duty, dharma.
Yes, do your duty. The mood of sacrifice. I said, Lord Ramachandra, I mean, to a frightening degree, embraces this mood of sacrificing our own personal comforts, our own personal desires and wishes for the benefit of others. It's just absolute. He is the absolute personality of Godhead, and he lives it absolutely. This point of sacrifice of yourself for others. It's so intense. So do your duty, dharma. So the second point, anybody take Magdalena Mataji, her point, that's the specifics she's touching on, but what's the principle? And specifically, no. Suffering. Sufferings come from? Attachment. Yes. The source of our suffering is not attachment. It is not. Especially as a brahmachari sitting up here, without waving the flag that married life is I would be shot down very fast. Obviously not. It's nothing external. That's the point that I said. Nothing. Our tribulations, our pain, our suffering is nothing to do with the externals of our life. It's to do with the expectations we have created in when we engage with these things. That is the source of the suffering. The attachment that I have attributed to something, and how what I'm expecting it to provide and give to me, and then when it doesn't do that, which, as we know, it doesn't. It doesn't. And as I said in the last class, people say, why did it go wrong? We respond by saying, why did you think it could go right? I mean, where have you been, whatever age you are, say you're 50 years old, where have you been for the last 50 years? Has the material world played game with you? No, it's just been nothing but endlessly setbacks and reverses and challenges, and constantly. What to speak of the people in it? How much do people play by the rules I set? And I can say that as temple president, even more so the delusion. If I think the world's going to play by the rules a person sets, I'm going to just be endlessly disappointed and frustrated, because I'm attached to. I see it a certain way, and I want it to be a certain way. That's the cause of the attachment, and including, so it's not the marriage ashram or the sannyas ashram. It's not the ashram. It's the expectation I got when I entered it, the excess attachments, and then having to readjust constantly my expectations. And as I adjust my expectations that the world is, and then my sufferings will naturally decrease. And then of course, and I like this Prabhupada's purport is so rounded, so perfect. So he gives these strong statements about the attachment, and which can be intensified in the Grihastha ashram. Not absolutely, but it can be intensified. And when reading that, one can come to the conclusion, therefore, I have nothing to do with it, or I behave in a sort of, Prabhupada said it, look, it's a source of attachment. But then he goes on in the next part to say, but it does not mean we externally change our behavior. If a neophyte reads the first part, that's what you can draw, that's what you conclude. The second part is, externally you do perform dutiful, and you will do whatever is required. Lord Ramachandra is so personal. Do what absolutely ever is required. Give up everything for the duty of all your family members, and God would speak of Lord Ramachandra to his wife Sita. So yeah, our internal attachments that we still have. On the third level, Prabhupada discussed it in the last section of the purport. Yes. The highest expression of love of God is in separation. Highest. And so, as I said, externally or superficially, if you wanted to categorize the literature of Ramayana, you could say it's a tragedy, but it's far from it. It has the mood of vivaha. It's a static symptom of separation. And so when we read it, it can seem so many painful incidents, but it's actually the whole book is a constant fanning of this highest happiness, highest ecstasy, of the ecstasies of separation from that which you love, and how it fans and cultivates your intensity absorption. And so, okay, as a quick what's some of the most examples of separation in the Ramayana. The first one, most obvious one. So throw out a couple of copy. Exile. Okay. Probably the first, Dasharat and Lord Ram. Yes, Lord Ram, King Dasharat, so much so that he left his body. He just couldn't be. So the whole kingdom had no meaning to him. So King Dasharat's separation from Ram be sent away. Yes. So people from Ayodhya. Yes. I mean, that's it. Forget our cities. Forget our homes. We're all going with you, Lord Ram. We don't care wherever you are. That's Ayodhya. Everybody is like saying, what is the point? We're not attached. We cannot bear separation from Lord Ram. So the whole city was ready to walk out, and Lord Ramachandra had to. And even when the scene of Lord Ramachandra walks out, I think it's a certain group, I think it's the Brahmins, keep following him for a long time. They're just, sorry, we are not going. It's just we can't bear the separation from you. So everybody had it in Ayodhya for that. Any other examples? Yeah, Kaushalya and Bharat. Well, to each other or to... Okay, yes. So Kaushalya, yes. So after Lord Ram has heard the news from Kaikeyi, the first person he goes to and speaks to is his mother, Kaushalya. And it's a whole chapter dedicated to her coming to her terms, like, I waited so long to get a child, and the child comes, and now... just before the culmination of the perfection, becoming king? No, this is not be. I cannot live. So Kaushalya. And then, of course, when Bharat hears the news, I mean, that's it. And he does. He packs up everything and heads to the forest. He says, I'm not doing this. No way. So it's just everywhere. Yeah, the whole book is insane. But obviously on the center separations of Sita and Ram, I think I've said this nice little point to observe, that Sita and Ram are separated 3 times. First, by Ravana. An external source takes Sita from Ram. And of course, and that's such a key point that Prabhupada always preaches about, how we try to separate the goddess of fortune from her eternal husband. And if you do that, you will die. So Lord Ram gets back Sita. So they separate the first one. Then the second time they're separated, exile of Sita, where the rumors are of people talking in certain ways, and Lord Ramachandra exiles Sita, so he sends her away. And there's a whole the word exile, actually, even there's a few devotees talk about that. We use the word banishment of Sita and exile of Sita, but there's the whole some controversy about Lord Ramachandra doing that. But it's always an important detail that's in the Ramayana that he very carefully arranged for her to stay in the ashram of Valmiki Muni, and it was still in Ramachandra's kingdom. It wasn't like when Ram was banished to the forest, everything is stripped from you. You had to go stripped from everything. That wasn't the case. Sita was nicely looked after and arranged. He just couldn't be with her. Not that he was such a harsh. He just, for his prime service, he couldn't be with her. And the third time, yeah, and she makes the initial decision to, I cannot be, if me being around Lord Ramachandra creates any question of his behavior, I must be gone. And again, I mean, putting forward your duties over yourself. Because not with Ravana, but in the second 2 cases, Lord Ramachandra, I mean, the fact is, this is the one that points about the Ramayana, the complexities of Dharma. Nothing is black and white in this world. Nothing. Everything is so complicated, and so why this and this. So we have to consider so many factors when we're making any decision. There's so many things to think about. And is there a right solution? No. There's just, you make the best one you can. And because usually when we're looking at it, the expression is of conflicting dharmas. You have this dharma, you have that dharma. Okay, you're Lord Ramachandra. He was the king. He's the king of, and we cannot imagine what this meant, the king of the world. And he's also a husband to his dear beloved wife, Sita. And we all have, every one of us, we have different titles and roles. At some point, the dharmas go together, and sometimes they don't. And if they don't, you have to make a decision. So Lord Ramachandra had to make a decision that his kingly dharma took precedent over his married life, his own personal dharma as being the husband. So, but at great, great personal cost and the pain, and the same for Sita. So Sita then, she saw, well, if there's my duty is to serve my husband, and if there's even a possibility that because what happened to me caused an impact on his reputation, I should leave. And therefore she chose. And the pain increased all 3 times. When Ravana when Ravana sent away, and when Sita left, he said the pain, the vivahava bhav increased intensely so. So, and that point then, they actually spent very little time together. It's something like maybe 17, 18, max 20 years they spent together, Sita and Ram. I think it's 11,000. Is it 36? I think it's 11,000. I keep it at 11,000. So he ruled for 11,000 years. And of those, 20 he spent with Sita. What percent? I don't know. What percentage is 20 years of 11,000? It's nothing. But yet it's Sita Ram. They're still the Rita. So their relationship is based on one of this mood of separation. So yes, so the 3 levels. Duty, sufferings will come. The cause of all sufferings is your attachments. But ultimately, the highest thing is a mood of intense separation. So I wanted to then have 3 little incidents of how so many lessons we can learn. I mean, so many. Every incident, every exchange, every pastime has lessons to learn. And we can look, again, another way, I said the one way to look at the Ramayana is those 3 levels. Another way to look at any scriptural point is a literal perspective, an ethical perspective, and a metaphorical perspective. Literal, just hear it, just hear the pastime, and hear the Shastra, and it's purifying. And that's the one I always say, Srila Prabhupada always emphasized. Just hear it. Just hear about Krishna killing the demons, and just hear about it. So the literal level. Then the ethical level, is there a lesson it's teaching us? Is there a choice that got made that I should follow? Yes, particularly in Ramayana. There's paths being chosen that I should follow. And then metaphorical, is there ways I can interpret it that actually allow me to also go deeper? And in the Ramayana, of course, we say that the most common or understandable metaphorical way is Ravana. Like Ravana is a real person, he's a historical person. But we can talk about, is the Ravana in our heart? Is there a demon of lust in my heart? Yep. Has it got 10 heads? A lot more. Ravana had 10 heads. My lusty demon has, and as many times as I cut it down, pop, the heads keep popping up. So that's a metaphorical way we can see also, and as long as it's in line with the Siddhanta, that's there too. So there's so many ways we can approach it. So this is the this scene literally here brings together the whole morning of the banishment, just as Lord Ram was to be coronated, and Dasarath had announced it, and everybody was so excited. Ram, the eventual day everyone had waited for, Ram has been anointed king of Ayodhya, king of the world. But we hear about that in seeing a threat to our position, the servant of Queen Kaikeyi, Manthara, thought, oh no, if this happens, if Bharat becomes king, then Kaushalya, his mother, becomes the favorite. Kaikeyi is no longer the favorite. My positions will be threatened. What did I say? Kaushalya. Oh, okay. So Kaushalya's... Ram becomes king. Sorry, okay. If Ram becomes king, then Kaushalya will be the favorite. And then Kaikeyi, who's the mother of Bharat, will not become. So, Manthara. So then she thought, to protect her position, she said, no, this cannot be. And to this day, I still love the way we did it in our drama with our dear Shamalika Mataji. She's out there doing japa. Have you heard? And from those 3 words, have you heard? Again, so many point is how from hearing from the wrong source, all trouble starts. And KK said, why? What have you heard? What's my dear maidservant? You're just being silly again. She's known to be a little cranky, Mantra. So. But Mantra, we won't give the time now to it, but gets into the whole poisons KK about Lord, what this means and the king's choosing to coronate Lord Ram now. And so then KK becomes poisoned by Mantra's poison, and then she goes to her sulking room, and her beloved King Dasrat comes, and they spend the night together in this extremely intense exchange of her insisting her demands, and Dasrat pleading and begging with this way and that way and this way. Please, you cannot do anything, but you cannot separate me from my beloved Lord Ramachandra. But KK absolutely does not move her grounds. And so then the next morning, Lord Ramachandra comes, he hears the news, and Lord Ramachandra, of course, this incredibly stoic. He shows it's not a blink of his eye to consider, yes, my father said it. This is the wish of my mother. I'll do it. There he was, just to be a coronated king, and there's not a complete flinch. He doesn't flinch for a second that this is wrong, or, oh, okay, maybe instantly. I mean, just again, because his attachment was not to the external situation, his attachment was to his duty, and therefore he didn't suffer from having, the world being offered to him and then suddenly stripped away from him. He didn't bat an eyelid, because his attachment was not in any way mundane. So Lord Ramachandra, and then he, as I said, goes and tells the Kaushalya, and then we have the Lakshmans there, and then of course he goes and tells Sita. Now I really like, and the Ramayana of course is full of so many colourful characters and so many, it's not just a black and white book. I particularly, in this, there's so many, again, we could highlight so many things, but Lakshman's response. And even here in the picture, we see him, he's put on the bark, and Lord Ram is helping Sita put on the tree bark. And that behind, but that's Vashishta Muni pleading with Kaikeyi to please change him. And you can see all the queens at the side there also, and Dasarat there in complete despondency, and all the jewelry on the floor. Kaikeyi had broken all her jewelry and threw it. But Lakshman, when he again brings us what devotional service means. It doesn't mean you are like, yes, become a robot. No, it doesn't mean that. And Lakshman, out of his pure devotion to Lord Ram, absolutely thinks this is so wrong. And particularly, I think I marked it briefly, just one little bit over here, when the exchange has been going on already for a little bit, and Lord Ramachandra has told Lakshman, this is what we'll do. And Lakshman goes, no, this is wrong. And Lord Ramachandra literally puts his arm around his brother and says, it's okay, this is my father, no problem. And Lakshman, okay, calms down. And then comes back up again. And he calms down. And he goes on for quite a few times. He comes back, especially when he hears Kaushalya making her arguments. Lakshman gets fired up again. So even though he's heard Lord Ram and he's passed by, then he goes up again. So at one point, Lakshman drew his sword and cleaved the air. Now, cleave the air means he has a sword and he's like cleave. He's like swinging his sword around, cutting through the air with a sword. So while the sword is flying through the air, it's as if he's literally, imagine, killing people in his mind. And who does he want to kill? Not Bharat? No. Who's the most shocking person he's willing to kill? How shocking. This is how... yes! I will kill my own father. I mean, that's out there. I mean, that's really... we can't imagine it. So he's so overwhelmed. Lakshman drew his sword and cleaved the air. He gave full vent to his rage. The right time for Ram to retire to the forest had certainly not arrived. He should rule the globe for thousands of years. Only when his own sons were ready to take his place should he leave for the forest. That was the proper course of virtue. Lakshman seemed about to consume the earth as he spoke. If you fear censure for the seemingly sinful act of rejecting your father's order, you should not worry. I shall personally guard you in every way and forcibly repel all those who object to your accepting this kingdom, even as the coastline holds back the ocean. O Ram, allow yourself to be installed today. I alone am able to prevent any impediments to the ceremony. These arms of mine are not meant simply to add to my attractiveness, nor is this bow a mere ornament, nor are my sword and quiver of arrows hanging on my body as badges of honor. All these are meant for crushing the enemy. Today you will see arrows released like incessant showers of rain. You will witness my sword flashing like lightning as it cuts down all those who stand before me. The earth will be thickly covered with the arms, legs, and heads of heroes. Hewn down by my sword, enemies will drop like so many meteors falling from the sky. While I stand on the battlefield with uplifted weapons, how can any man alive be proud of his strength? Today I shall demonstrate the king's helplessness and establish your unopposed sovereignty. Tell me which of your enemies should this day be deprived of life, fame, and relations. Instruct me how to proceed so that this wide earth will be brought under your control. O glorious Lord of our race, I'm here to do your bidding alone. How did Ram respond to that? He wipes the tears from Lakshman's face. Lakshman is up and he just gets the tears because the pouring tears. And Lakshman, like Kushalya, both realize that there's no way Lord Ram is not changing his opinion. So what Lakshman accuses Lord Ram of, fight or flight. And this is a discussion we constantly have. Karmavad and Daivivad. Is it in my hands or it's out of my hands? What is it? Is it karmavad? It's your responsibility, your duty. You have to do something. Or it's Daivivad. No, it's all under my control. What can I do? It's my karma. It's Krishna. Which is it? Which is it? Is it one or the other? Should I fight against things or just, Krishna's will? I often make that joke that we should ban that among the boys. Krishna's will. Therefore, I just chill out and wait for Krishna to do it all. Or should I fight? Or maybe if I fight, maybe I'm over-endeavoring. And Rupa Goswami says, Niyamagraha, you shouldn't over-endeavor. So am I over-endeavoring or am I not endeavoring? So which is it? What is the thing? If I flight, if I just wallow in self-pity and thereby not even ask, what is my duty? Flight means, whatever. It's just what's meant to happen. It's kind of, what can I do anyway? I'm so useless. Nothing I can do. So, wah. And I just slide literally into my self-pity about myself that there's nothing I can do. It's all out of my control. It's material energy. What can I do? No. That's flight, to run away from facing responsibility. That is not. Should I fight it? Should I just run at it and attack and whatever it is the problem, I just go attacking without thinking about it first? So flight means overthinking and fight means no thinking. So is there a balance? Neither capitulate or retaliate, but first try to see things right before we set things right. So capitulate means just to kind of give in without throw your hands up or whatever. Even Draupadi, when she didn't throw, she endeavored first and then before Krishna responded. Or just retaliate. So we should look and see what the situation. See what's causing this. See my motivations. And then we do look at it, but we change our perspective from not seeing it as a negative thing to seeing it as an opportunity. If we see everything that goes wrong as an adversity, we will get into a negative state. We will. But it's an opportunity. Okay, Krishna, what is the lesson I'm meant to learn here? What is the lesson I'm meant to learn? And immediately, that takes a little work. And that's the point is, we should first do a little introspection. And that's what Lord Ramachandra, he absolutely, he sees, he thinks about it. It's not that he doesn't do anything. He sees, what is my prime duty? My prime duty is to my Father's word. I will absolutely have to do my Father's word. So he's responding to that. He makes that the priority. And therefore I should leave. Sorry, Lakshman, I know you're saying this is wrong, and Kaushalya. And everybody's upset. Everybody's upset. Nobody's happy, apart from maybe Mantra and Kaikeyi for a little. But by seeing in the right priorities, by adjusting his priorities, he saw the opportunities. So Lord Ramachandra, in his replies to Lakshman, you could summarize it that he saw a very positive way. First thing is, this is my father's word. How wonderful it is to honor my father's word. My mother's wish. This is Kaikeyi's wish. She's my mother. I'm filling her wish. My Bharat to become king. That's brilliant. See my young brother become king. And the best of all, I will get to go to the forest where the sages are and hear from the sages in the forest. Something that normally, in ISKCON we have this, I think His Holiness Shiv Ramaswamy, who for many years, I remember when I was way back in the 90s, I wrote to Shima Swami about being involved in management. Can I get out of it? And he said, I've been trying to get out of it for 20 years. And the devotees don't let me, he said, so I keep doing it. Now he's out of it, 20 years later. So it's an aspiration of many devotees who were involved, that when you're involved in management, there's not so much time for hearing. And so even as the king, there's so much kingly duties. But when later on you go to the forest and hear from the sages. So Lord Ramachandra said, I can get to do that now. I get to do the thing. So that's the best. So he highlighted and took such a positive approach. He chose the best way to see it, such an optimistic and positive approach to something that everybody else saw so negative. He saw the good. He saw the opportunity in when everyone else saw the adversity. So it's not either fight or flight. We accept both elements and make a decision. We still have to make a choice, and then follow it through. So go beyond fight or flight, choose the best response. Another one is Sita and Lakshman. Don't ascribe intention to what is spoken, intention. I've used this one a lot, because as is life, as is the world, we have so many exchanges in between ourselves where there's tension is arising. Because the mode of passion is there, and there's so much disappointment and so much frustration, and then tension arises. And when tension arises, we can say things that we don't mean, and that's not. We all know we're guilty of it. But the problem, and that's okay. That's okay. We should accept that from each other, because this is life. But then we shouldn't ascribe. We shouldn't impose the intention upon that which was spoken in a tense mood. And that's what we tend to sadly do a lot of times as well. We then ascribe the motivation to the person that we don't even know. So this exchange between Sita and Lakshman is when Ram had gone chasing the deer that Sita had saw, and it was a beautiful deer, and said, the golden deer I wanted, and they both, Lord Ram and Lakshman said, something suspicious here, we don't think is the case, but Sita's insistent, and Lord Ram goes. So then eventually Lord Ram shoots the deer, and the deer, of course, is the demon Maricha, who then screams in his last breath, Lakshman, Sita, and screams him out. And then, even though they're very far away, Sita hears this cry. Her dear Lord Ram is shouting for her brother. She goes, Lakshman, he's calling you, go. And Lakshman goes, dear Sita, no. This is just, first of all, it's just a deer. I don't think. And then if it is what I think it is, a demon in the shape of a deer, there's nothing to worry about. This is Lord Ram. You've seen him kill so many. But Sita's not having it. She is so not having it. She said, he's calling you. Why aren't you going? And again, it goes back at least 3 or 4 times. Lakshman goes, no, my dear Sita, no, it's okay. It's Lord Ram, there's no need. And Sita pulls out her trump card, which is? Yes. So now I see it. Now I see your motivation. Now that Ram is gone, you see your opportunity to take me and enjoy me for yourself. Oh, can we imagine to be accused? Like, we know we don't like being accused of something. If we're guilty of it, we don't like being accused. If we are actually genuinely guilty, we don't like being caught. if we're not guilty of it, we think, what? That's we just completely go in defense mode, and especially if it's something as abominable as questioning my motivation for so long that now I see your motivation, not just your action, but your motivation. When somebody questions your motivation for doing something, it cuts deep. If somebody, and we can see actually, probably most of our interactions with each other, the reason they come to for some tension is because you're questioning my motivation here. You're questioning why I'm doing it, and immediately that expectation that I had from you to know why I'm doing it, and you don't have, and then off goes this big fight. So it's really painful. So Sita accused Lakshmana of this, like wanting to take her brother's wife from his when she. So that's the point. Lakshman really, obviously, he had no choice. But this really it's a tough situation. Did I mark that one? What should Lakshman do? Care for her feelings or care for her safety? At the hermitage, Lakshmana and Sita had heard the Rakshas's cry. Sita was struck with anxiety. Turning to Lakshmana, she stood calmly and said, "Did you not hear your brother's cry? Surely he has fallen into the hands of the demons. Even as a bull might be seized by a group of lions, or Lakshman, go quickly to help Ram. My heart is all but stopping, and my breath hardly comes. Please act swiftly." Lakshman didn't move. She continues, "O son of Sumitra, you are an enemy in the guise of a friend. It seems you are glad to see the plight of your brother. Surely you desire to possess me for yourself. Therefore you do not rush to Ram's aid. What is the value of protecting me when our leader is in such danger?" Lakshman felt pained, still didn't move. Sita does it again. "O ignoble and merciless Lakshman, it is obvious that you care nothing for your brother. The very thing that's made your life is absorbed in, suddenly it's been seen as that you've never had a moment's, please God, that would never happen to any of us in that scale, but it happens to us in different ways. That which we've given our heart to, suddenly we're not acknowledged, not appreciated for it. Devotees bloop over this sort of thing. Because, they didn't appreciate all I did. They didn't understand how much I've given. And then how we just can't deal with it. We flight. We run from the situation. But of course, Lakshman doesn't directly do that. "Indeed, you're happy to see him in peril. I can understand that you have been concealing your true nature. Posing as Ram's friend, you have all the while been coveting me. Your sinful desires shall never be fulfilled. I shall give up my life even in your presence. Having become the wife of Ram, how could I accept an ordinary and wicked man like you?" Now, again, I have known, and myself, relationships to fall apart for much less accusations than accusations on that level of heaviness. But what is the behavior we see? Now, the point I come to is Lakshman's response. This whole dilemma, what should Lakshman do? Care for Sita's feelings? She's feeling a certain way. Or care for her safety? And we know, what should he have done? Care for her safety. But the feelings, because Sita was not, she was not giving in. And this is another little way we have to see things. Moral dilemmas and ethical dilemmas. And moral dilemmas means usually good or bad. Good or bad. Moral or amoral. Ethical, you're never quite sure. This is good, but both one has to go. You have to choose one or the other. Ethical means there is no black and white. There's just this huge set of grey. So what should Lakshman do? He's been given should he please Sita and go help Ram? Or should he please Lord Ram and stay with us Ram had told him to? Sita's here. He's dedicated his life to Sita equally as much as he's dedicated to Ram. So if Ramachandra told him, "You stay here by my wife, I will do this." He'd get instruction by his brother, whose whole life was just to follow his brother's instructions. But Sita's now saying, "You go." And I said, "But so how many times we have these dilemmas like, I've been told this, and what should I do?" So Lakshman. How hard to hear any accusations, but accusations that are completely untrue and from someone you have served and loved so much. I mean, I always make that when devotees, we hear something negative about us, and devotees sometimes say, so-and-so said that. I say, well, do they a big part of your life? Is this person's opinion, is this person really so important to you? No, then why is their opinion important either? Don't let their opinion, if they're not important to you, neither should their opinion be. So what else do you hear this? But of course, if the person is important in your life, then it does more significance. Lakshman either way couldn't win. Choices can be either one of morality or ethical. Morality is either good or bad, moral, but ethical means choosing between two things that both seem right. But on our point, when someone says something hurtful to us, we have the tendency to hold on to it for years. But Lakshman had real ground to hold on to these wrong accusations from Sita, but guess what? It never got brought up again. It never got brought up because he knew why she did it. She did it out of love. It wasn't what he was feeling, but it was out of her love for Lord Ramachandra. That was Sita. He never questioned her intention. It was very hard, very painful to hear these things, but he knew what her intention was. And nearly all the cases, when somebody expresses some hurt to us, it may look like they're angry at us or they're being something, but it's actually because their love has not been reciprocated with. That's why we hurt. That's why we come forward with pain. That's why we may say something which is not nice, but it's because we're all harboring unrequited love. We're all experiencing some love that has not had its expectations met. Back to the expectation. Expectations. We have such expectations. And so when somebody says something, we have to dig a little deeper and see this actually is an expression. Some people say that. Criticism. Somebody criticizes you, and we all get criticized. What is it? It's perverted appreciation. That's what it is, because they're seeing something in you that they want. And they're looking up to you. They're trying to drag you down, but still they're looking because they see you above them. So criticism is perverted appreciation. So when something is said, it's an element of their love for us, just coming out in a slightly strange way. So and Lakshman was clear on this point, and because he was clear on this point, he even when they meet sometime later, it's not brought up, never brought up. But yet, how much we've heard someone said one thing about us, and then 20 years later, you know the time you said this? I heard you said this about me. And then it stayed like a chip on our shoulder. It's got heavier and heavier and heavier. We've held on. So here was like, you can never get something heavier than what Lakshman dealt with. Didn't hold on to it. Completely let it go. And why? Because he knew the real intention of Sita. And Vali and Sugriva. Judging without understanding ruins relationships. This is this gets a whole section in the Ramayana in the I can't remember the names of the different Khanda. Which Khanda? Anyway, there's a whole, like, literally the Vanaras, the whole monkeys get their whole section in Ramayana. And so this pastime of these two brothers, and it's interesting, fraternal wars, Mahabharata, fraternal war, and also in Ramayana, externally, well, a little bit, but here between Vali and Sugriva, brothers who turned against each other, and so we have the story of her. Now there's so many demons. I can never remember the demon that came to Kishindra, and Vali came out to fight with him. Demon's name? Khanda? I always forget the demons' names. Dubi? Don't think it's that one. I should have noted it down. But a demon came to Kishindra, and because he was going around and he was challenging from place, and he heard about Vali, the king of the Vanaras, and came to challenge him. But then when Vali came out, he went, whoa. He realized he was much bigger than expected, so he runs away. And Vali runs after him. And Sugriva, of course, as always the supportive younger brother, joins Vali and runs after him until the demon enters a cave. And then Vali says, okay, I shall enter the cave, Sugriva, you stay here. And I shall go in and enter the cave. The cave, which, cue conspiracy theories, is an undermined place of endless caves and under the ground. Is there a subterranean earth underneath us? Yes. There's a whole world of life and caves and all sorts of things underneath us. It's there. So they spent a long time. Oh no, I get my numbers mixed up easy too. But is it 1 year? I think for 1 year. I have to double check now. Was more? No. For a long time, anyway. Let's keep it for now. You can look up the detail later. For a long time, Vali was inside the cave, and eventually Sugriva hears this scream coming out of the cave. And he's never quite sure what to scream, and then he keeps waiting for Vali to return, and Vali doesn't come out of the cave. So eventually he thinks, what if the demon had killed Vali? And then if the demon killed Vali, well, he's stronger than me, so if he can kill him, he'd definitely kill me. And therefore, what should I do? So again, this dilemma, and he makes a decision. He takes this mountain-like boulder and puts it in front of the cave. After waiting for a while, and then he realized that he thought he shouldn't take the risk. And then with a very heavy heart, he goes back to Kishindra and tells everybody that it's like maybe Vali, maybe quite likely dead. And immediately the other monkeys, the higher up monkeys said, okay, now make you king. And Sugriva said, no. He was like my brothers. But after a while, he acquiesces and he takes the throne. Meanwhile, shortly after, Vali does come out, comes to the edge of the cave, sees the boulder. He's like, what's this? He's very frustrated, questioning, what's this? After taking some rest, he pushes the boulder, comes back to Kishindra and sees Sugriva on the throne. Saying, how? And that boulder just didn't get there, just didn't roll into place. This boulder was too. So, and immediately makes a conclusion. Similar to what Sita was accusing Lakshman of. All along you wanted this throne, and now you got your opportunity, now you've taken it. But Sugriva was actually delighted, he was delighted to see Vali return. But Vali didn't see it. He couldn't see that. In his own heart, this anger came up. And if this, an example of anger blinds, this is definitely one of the huge ones. He was blinded by his anger at feeling, again, that my brother, my dearest brother, who had for my whole life looked like he was my assistant, now was actually was plotting against me. In his mind, this whole illusion, completely wrong. He created it, and even though Sugriva came to him and said, no, we had the whole thing, Vali then chased him and kicks him out. And that remains their relationship for the rest of their life. Vali never lets go, and he even sends assassins to try and kill Sugriva. So the fact that he made this judgment. Now it's interesting, going back to the Kaikeyi and Manthara. When Manthara said all these things to Kaikeyi, what was Kaikeyi guilty of? Manthara goes to Kaikeyi and said, Have you heard? Look at what's happening, and she'll become the favorite queen, and this will happen to you. And what Manthara is doing it, but what's Kaikeyi guilty of? Yeah, she didn't go and ask. She didn't inquire or question it, and she didn't okay, you're saying this, let me go and ask my dear husband. She got completely went with that whole meditation. So Kaikeyi was also a guilty role in the sense of not responding first by inquiring and following him through. So she had a role to play. And so Vali didn't even give Sugriva a chance to explain himself, inquire. Because in human dealings, we should not just approach things logically, but psychologically. We're not cold robots. There's so much to us. There's so much goes on in our hearts and emotions. There's so much to us that we have to realize that we are complicated, layered beings. And there's a reason behind everything. And therefore, if we don't just think, well, you did this, therefore this is my conclusion. Or if you try to draw logic conclusions without inquiring and asking and finding out, what's this one? Back. Everyone on their back. Before you get someone's back, what's on their back? I forget the expression. But everyone has so much history. We all have history and experiences that have created us to the point we are now. So before we make a conclusion about someone, maybe we should inquire what happened, what's the history. And then we treat people with the fact that we have a psyche, we have a subtle body which is created by our experiences, then we will be a little more open. What Valley did is technically called an attributional error. We observe certain behavior, and based upon our preconception, we attribute a certain intention to that behavior. We all have the way we see the world, atmavan manyate jagat, and then we automatically subscribe a certain motivation to that person. We attribute something that's not there. Vali just automatically attributed that Sugriva wanted the throne and therefore destroyed their relationship for the rest of their life. We have an amazing desire to want to label everything. My brother, I remember many years ago, I think just before I joined, we like to put everything in boxes. As soon as you see somebody, and in ISKCON, I mean our favorite, what's our simple ISKCON box? Oh, come, okay, but among each other. When you meet someone, what's the... Okay, that's one, yeah. Neophyte. Who's your guru? Yeah. Well, what's your name? What's your service and who's your guru? Okay, I got you. In the box you go. Now I know who this person is. And position, yeah, like when did you join? Oh, I joined before you, therefore I put you. So we have these little labeling mechanisms. We just quickly, as soon as we meet somebody, so we don't feel threatened by them, we want to quickly get them in a box and label them. And then not engage in the work of actually getting to know somebody. Not just, what's the name, who's the guru? And particularly, I mean, it happens a lot in India, in fact. Who's your guru? Who's your guru? Right, who's your guru? Once you got the guru, then, oh, I know you're like this. It's very... So, and it's sadly, it's functional to some degree. We have to know some basics about somebody. It's functional, but it's limiting. We should never limit our relationships just to labels and boxes, because it's a little, it's impersonal. Vali. So of course, the story has a happy ending. He dies, but he dies in the presence of... Sorry, you can't get a happier ending than that. Lord Ram actually offered to reverse the whole thing, and Vali goes, no, this is the goal of all my life, to die in your presence. This is perfection. And so, even though we understand when Lord Ram shoots the arrow and that takes down Vali, Vali initially goes, what have you done? You're a Kshatriya. I'm fighting someone else, I'm behind a tree. And this Vali has these like 5 or 6 reasons to challenge Lord Ram. And Lord Ramachandra then takes each one apart. He says, every single one, you're now claiming morality? Where was the morality when you stole your brother's wife? Where was your morality when you didn't listen to your brother? You threw out morality a long time ago. You can't go claiming it now when you've thrown out before. So Lord Ramachandra shot 2 arrows at Vali. One, the arrow that shot him, and the other arrow, the arrow of the truth. The arrow of the truth. Don't you go claiming these reasons to justify your behavior. Here is the truth. And Vali had to accept it. He had to acknowledge the truth, that what Ramachandra said was true. And that arrow often goes deeper and more painful, the arrow of hearing the truth, than a physical arrow. Vali then apologized. He recognized after hearing Lord Ram speak so beautifully, and of course we understand that he then called, it's actually a very beautiful death. Everybody comes, his wife comes, his son comes, his brother's there, Lord Ram's there. It couldn't be better. And he makes kind of wraps everything up at everybody. He speaks to everybody, makes everything very nice, and then finally calls Sugriva again and gives this special medallion or chain that he had from Indra that he could never die, and gives it to Sugriva, not his son, but to Sugriva. So because he realized he had to do something. So acknowledging our wrong, apologizing, and do something, make amends. So it has a happy ending, and Sugriva takes up. But the fact that, did I have another point on that? Oh yeah, Lord Ram shot 2 arrows, the actual arrow and the arrow of Lord Ram's words of truth. So, I mean, in this, we very much talk about judging. Don't judge each other. It's a very popular expression. We shouldn't judge each other. But judging, it's a bit naive when we say that. Oh, you're so judgmental. Don't judge. No, it's don't judge without first inquiring, without first hearing and listening. But judging is how you get through life. We have to make a judgment. The whole Shastra is teaching us to make judgments. When you hear like nectar of instruction, the different types of devotees, you're meant to make a judgment on, therefore, the association I should seek. So, no, what the Shastra is teaching us, as we become devotees, we're taught to make Shastric judgments, but not without understanding, and not what the motivation to get one up on you. That's what we can be guilty of. But so if we do judge without understanding of why something has happened, then relationships, many, many times can be destroyed for a whole life because we don't try to understand where someone is coming from. And then even there's Sugriva. So Sugriva became king, right? Lord Ram had done what he agreed when they met. He had taken out Vali, his brother. So Sugriva, of course, then was meant to help find Sita. But the rainy season came, and they couldn't do it. And somebody raised the question, the rainy season? Like, why did Lord Ram was in intense separation from the pain of Sita's being taken from him? Why did he let the rainy season stop his searching for Sita? Anybody? Why did they wait for the rainy season to finish before the start of the search? Well, of course, the tradition is once the rainy season hits in at all, it's extremely intense. But Vali was the son of Indra. So Vali, son of Indra. So this rainy season was not your normal rainy season already. I've never been there yet, but we understand it's intense. But this was not a normal rainy season. Indra took some vengeance for having his son killed, and this rainy season was catastrophic. So they really had no choice but to wait until it finished. But when it finished, Ram and Lakshman had been waiting, and then they were literally waiting and waiting and waiting. Where's Sugriva? Where's Sugriva? And so then Lakshman goes to Kishinda, and Sugriva's there kind of swanning it up, kind of like getting into the royal life, and basically had forgotten. Not completely. Interesting. It's not complete. He'd forgotten his promise to help Ram find Sita. So he kind of, as we can imagine, when you get into royalty, you get comfortable, and then you don't appreciate, becoming grateful. But it wasn't much. Sugriva quickly picked himself up, and he had made some endeavors. He sent word out to all the monkeys to come to get ready for the search. This is a point in Ramayana too, shades of black. There's so many shades of, there's not, again, one. On the extreme end of black is Ravana, yes. Ravana. Full on, demon, Ravana. And a quick Ravana point, as somebody said, for someone with 10 heads, he sure had no brains. So it doesn't matter how many heads you have or brains you have, he made the wrong choices. So the extreme end, Ravana. Then in the middle, who's not evil as Ravana, but clearly had some problems, was Vali. I mean, the rest of his life, he held a balance with Sugriva. And then at the other end of black, which was not a whole life, would be Kaikeyi. What she did was really wrong. She destroyed everyone's heart, broke everyone's heart. And she's on the picture, she stood there. So she did bad things. But it was only for a little while. And as soon as Bharat comes back and he bursts her bubble, what have you done? I reject you as my mother. So there is, the material world is shades of many types of colors. So there's shades of black. This was, I'm skipping now, but this point about nectar devotion, about the intense, this love of separation, how there's ecstasy of separation between Sita and Ram. And I also have to finish with this picture. This was one of our glorious drama moments in Radhadesh, where we had the perfect cast who worked very hard, and we created, I'm still thinking only the one. Somebody telling me we did it twice, but I'm pretty sure we only did it the once, this Banishment of Ram. The one morning, we literally spent 1 hour, and we made a 1 hour drama, 1 hour. Most devotees tend to squeeze the whole Ramayana into 40 minutes. And I think, why? What is the point? It's all about bhav. This Ramayan's all about... So the whole morning of you can see there, you see our mantra. She's lurking at the side there in our black, ready to lean over to the ear of Kaikeyi. And Kaikeyi's looking a little scary there too, as if sitting beside her husband. And behind her husband is our, I forget her name, but it was a servant. But sitting at the other side of Ram is Kushalya. And behind Kushalya is our Lakshman. And then you see our wonderful Lord Ram. I think our Gora got Ram at dignity so nicely. And then our very chaste Sita. And Surabi in her most chaste form. So, I mean, we really, I must say, we have a recording of it, but like all recordings, it's never quite gets the same mood, but it was a wonderful, wonderful production, and we should do more. Yes, yeah. Dream on. I'm not sure. We spent about 2-3 weeks on that. I mean, full on to get. I mean, we only did it, and we only did it the once. It's like so much work for once, even though it was the memory links on the samskars created, but. We recorded it, but they're very amateur recordings. Yeah, they're very, it's not so. Was it the one with the light? Yeah. I think we did it twice. Somebody said that too. You remember doing it twice? Yeah. I think we only did. I remember because it was so great and I was so glad. Yeah, some reason, I remember we were meant to do it twice and we never did, because for the intense bit of Dasarat and Kaikeyi, we did it in shadow. The whole shadow of Kaikeyi and Dasarat reaching up and falling. We created a shadow screen. That was very nice.
It will be premiered at 10 o'clock today on Facebook.
Oh, will it? Oh, okay. Okay. Premiered, okay, so you can check it out. Okay, so anybody would like to leave, or please leave, or any questions or thoughts or discussions on Lord Ram, on some questions and pastimes? No? Everybody's had their belly full? Oh, a couple of small miscellaneous. Suparnika and Ravana. Ravana wanted to kill? Ravana wanted to kill? To get. Suparnika wanted to kill? Sita to get Ram. There's definitely going to be a future family conflict there. I only reading last night came across, so Sita, because Suparnika was first. She wanted to get Ram. Well, Ram said, I can't, I'm married to Sita. Okay, get rid of her, and then let Ram. And then she goes to Ravana, and Ravana goes, aha, I want Sita. Well, I have to get rid of Ram. So, Suparnika instigated, of course, yes, but, so, because out of revenge or whatever, Suparnika had her own plans. But yes, and then, what was the other one? So, and then Kumbhakarna just wanted to sleep all the time, of course, yeah. So, an odd family of definitely some character issues there. Yeah, okay.
I was just reading that Makara was kind of sad, who was born to be the king of Ravana.
Yes. I mean, specifically in Krishna Dharma Prabhu's version of the Ramayana, which the one I'm more familiar with. He stops at the return to Ayodhya. But there is the Uttarakhanda. And Uttarakhanda is when Lord Ram is king, and there's so many backstories. There's lots and lots and lots of backstories of why Dasarath was to lose his son, of why Ram is to be separate from Sita. So yes, there is a whole library of stories of the backstories of why these things were to happen. There's always a backstory. Again, everyone has their back history. So yeah, many reasons why these things happened. No judgment, yes, because the judgment means you're assuming you know the backstory. But you don't. You don't know what people have gone through and what they've been and what they've had. And yet we assume we do in our arrogance, and therefore we'll make a decision, we'll come to a judgment that's so uninformed, as opposed to like just dealing with reality now, or inquiring. And of course, we know when you inquire from somebody, automatically a lot of the possibility of pain and the frustration goes away. When you ask, well, why? Why did you? And then more conflicts. But it's when we don't ask. What is that point? If you have a problem with somebody, you speak to everybody about the problem except the person you have the problem with. We tend to do that. We speak to everybody except that person and ask, well, why? And then we'll detach them from him.
Thank you very much for a nice class. I was thinking the Ramayana starts also before by Dasarath. He was killing some boy.
Yeah.
And therefore he got cursed.
Yeah, that's the answer.
And then he made the second mistake of just giving his wife free promise. So whatever you desire, actually I will. So
Yeah. There's reasons behind everything, and he gave his two boons because she had. Prabhupada actually said an interesting thing. There's only the one lecture from Prabhupada on Ramanavami in 1968, and Prabhupada mentions that Dasarath he doesn't mention that Kaikeyi helped him on the battlefield. He said Dasarath had some sort of dropsy. Some inability. Dropsy is kind of something physical with your hand. I don't know, dropsy, and he uses another word for it, and I was like, well, I've never heard that before. Which adds to another interesting point. There are certain things that are like, that's what I was mentioning, sorry. Krishna Dharma's Ramayana is the one I know, but I was looking at Bhakti Vikas Maharaj's Ramayana, and Bhakti Vikas Maharaj, being Bhakti Vikas Maharaj, made it very clear, this is Valmiki's Ramayana. I'm kicking out all those things which come from other places. So in Valmiki, he says, in this version, you will not have the Laksha Rekha. You will not have that around for Lakshmi. He does it. It's not there. It's not in Valmiki's Ramayana. That story is not in. And Valmiki's Ramayana is the Ramayana that we started. Yeah, so it's not there, but yet it's a story we all talk about, and it's very famous. If you actually Google Lakshman Rekha, you get Modi talking about doing this Lakshman Rekha, and so it's like, in Indian Hindu culture, it's a big thing, but it's not in Valmiki Ramayana. So we're not sure where it's from, but it's big. Also, Shebari? Shebari? Biting the berries? Also not there. Not in Valmiki's Ramayana. So, question mark. Now, but the point is, therefore, do we reject it? Bhakti Vikas Maharaj does. That's his. It's not there. I'm not doing it. But Chaitanya Sriramprabhu takes us that is it in the mood? What does it? Is it part of the ras? And if it is, then we can accept it as long as it follows the Siddhanta. Does it contribute to the ras that's meant to be created? So we don't have to be. We can be, and Valmiki's Ramayana, because there is so. Ramayana. There's so many versions. Radhadesh talks about. Ramayana throughout the whole subcontinent of Asia, like Indonesia and the Philippines, Java. They all have their own Ramayans. So there is lots of. So we have to be careful. But is it in the mood?
I've read this a while ago, but I have to confirm it. But Madhavendra Acharya said that actually the original Ramayana was with 1 billion verses. And the Valmiki Ramayana is just 24,000.
Okay.
Of course, there's many versions, but with 1 billion
Verses.
it's probably the whole
The whole thing is there.
Ramayana.
Yeah. So many there. So In question, do we accept something? We have to ask: does it support the Ras? So that was in relation. Yeah, Prantapa's point. But what was the point Prantapa just made? The
Yeah, about the Dasarath. Actually, he made this mistake of killing that boy.
yeah.
And then he gave his wife free access.
He says that, yeah,
Whatever you
the two boons.
I give you 3 boons.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, I forgot I was connected to that point. Anyway. Oh, yeah, sorry, that was it. Yeah, Prabhupada saying that. So, I mean, don't think that's in the Valmiki Ramayana. But Prabhupada said it. Of course, that's our final word in Siddhanta. So maybe Prabhupada heard it somewhere, and that therefore, of course, he's our final authority always. But it's interesting because it was in the sense that whatever about the detail of it, he became obliged, and KK helped him, and he gave the 2 boons. He said, okay, sometime later. So the details are important. If it supports the mood, then it's okay. And that's a barometer we should use. And that be applied to, I think, lots of, particularly devotee dramas, because when we do dramas, we do take some license. We have to. But does it support the Ras? If it supports the Ras, then it's okay. But if it doesn't, then it's apasiddhanta. It's against the illusion. Jai Shri Ramachandra Bhagavan ki, Srila Prabhupada ki, Go Premanandi Go.
Yeah, no, it's the fourth one. Die borstige. Ja. Ja, een stuk smaller. You like it?
Can we take a morning? For half an hour we can see.
Thank you.
Wallo.
Wat?
Nee, dat moet er niks kopen.
Oh, zeg je niet?
Ja, silk. Ja,
Ah, dat zie je wel.
oh jezus.
Dus,
Pas op hoor.
silk.
Pas op.
Ja, silk.
We worden nog niet simpeler op.
Silky.
Weet je nog niet hoe Mama is er ook. Die moest werken. Oh, jammer. We gaan er om half inlopen, is het niet? Ja. Nu gaat hij ook. Ja. Dus degene die nu begint, een half uur spelen. Ja.
Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Haribol! Salute.